Well, folks, from me, Brendan Kelly, it's a very good morning and welcome to Abraham's Rust for the powerboat action that's taking place here this weekend out on the water at the moment. The second of the hard bottom races, and it's John Ross Duncan out in front at the moment, Michael Fourie just behind him, and then the third boat out on the water, Anton Fourie. But John Ross Duncan once again certainly got the hammer down, pulling out all stops as he comes down the main straight. This the first of 3 heats for the hard bottoms today. The Formula Ones will be having 3 heats as well. Yesterday saw a rather unique format of racing, 20-lap sprint race for the Formula Ones, adjusting to the international type of races. Have a sprint race on the Saturday and then 3 heats on the Sunday. John Ross Duncan in that boat. It's Raven Wildcat bottom with the Sun Chaser top on the hull, and certainly very, very responsive out on the water. You can see bouncing around as it goes there. Michael Fourie a lot more stable. Got a lot more of the boat in the water, but these guys certainly going. We clocked them at almost about 154 kilometers an hour yesterday, so certainly is flying out on the water. I'd just like to take the opportunity to say a massive thank you to our sponsors for putting this event together, and then to the View on Vaal Resort, our hosts for the weekend, to Daryl Zyman and his team. A massive thank you. It certainly is very impressive to see the improvements and renovations that have gone on at the resort, and it's certainly going to be very impressive once it is all complete. They've got the Aqua Lounge, the Vaal River cruises as well. You see the beautiful big cruise boat in front of us here. We've got some drone footage from Daryl Zyman as well, so we'll slot that in when the F1s come out onto the water. And then to Christo de Jager and his team at Pace Plan, as well as the Mfuleni local municipality. Massive thank you to all of the sponsors, as we see John Ross Duncan continuing to dominate out on the water. Michael Fourie comes down the main straight now, looking very solid and stable out on the water is Fourie. We'll see John Ross Duncan getting out of the hard bottom and then straight into the Formula One heats. Heat number 1 of the Formula One Powerboat Grand Prix. He'll be in the 99 boat. Oh, nose up in the air. Really getting lots of airtime is John Ross Duncan. Just the skeg and the propeller in the water as he flies it down the main straight. He's coming up to the back of Anton Fourie. Anton in a V-bottom boat. Setup of that boat to John Ross Duncan. You can just see how well balanced it is. Got it perfectly trimmed out. Around the top turn buoy he goes, bounces through around the corner. Oh, sorry, that's the bottom of the turn buoys. Heads up to the turn buoy that's situated at the bridge over the N2. Michael Fourie just acknowledging that the last lap of the race. See, just a correction of the road. The bridge is the R57, not the N2. Around the top turn, boy, goes John Ross Duncan. Checkered flag waits for him now. Chris Willems, our officer of the day, waving the checkered flag as John Ross Duncan comes through to take the win. Michael Fourie in the number 16 boat will get second. He'll be followed home by his father, Anton. He will come through in third place. There he is now in the number 17 boat. See the crowds on the bank starting to really flock in here. Fantastic to have people coming out to celebrate Spring Day, first day of spring, traditionally the opening of the water season on the Vaal River as well. So fantastic to see people coming out and enjoying the warm weather. Whole lot of food vendors already in place as well, and just a massive thank you to Indian Delights for the amazing biryani that we had yesterday. Very, very tasty. So please head across to all the food stalls. A wide variety of food on offer there. So please make sure to pop over there and support the vendors. The first of the Formula Ones going into the water. That's the number 90 boat of Vaal River. For those that are watching on the live stream, we have put a little production together from yesterday's 20-lap sprint race. We'll play that in the next couple of seconds as the Formula One start heading out onto the water for the first of what will be 3 heats today. The action from yesterday, boats lined up. South African champion Keegan Frankovich in pole position. The 101 boat of Michael Wessels, the Boaters World boat having a bit of a hassle getting out of the dock. He does get it going, and they chase down Keegan Frankovich. A brilliant start from him, way out in front. From the moment the lights went out, or the flag dropped, away he went. We go on board with Daryl Zyman, the man from the resort that we are staying at, with his drone footage. A big thank you to Daryl Zyman for the fantastic footage with his drone. You can just see the lead that Keegan Frankovich has already opened up on the opening laps of the race, and red flags go out. There's been a problem down at the bottom side of the circuit. Nico Wessels unfortunately dislodging both of the turnboys, and for his troubles disqualified from the heat. The restart with Vaal River that was had a better start. He's in 4th place there at the moment. Keegan Frankovich first around the turnboys, as we see Vaal River getting impeded around the buoy, having to get off the throttle there. Michael Wessels on his right hand side as they come down the main straight, chasing down Keegan Frankovich once again. Mornay Herald slots into 4th place. Brilliant footage from the drone flown by Daryl Zyman as we focus on Keegan Frankovich once again. He would go through to lap virtually the whole field. He lapped up to a third position as Michael Wessels goes through. Let's catch up with our race winner. Keegan Frankovich, as the South African champion for last season, a dominant start for you, lapping everybody up until 3rd place, I think. So a brilliant race.
Yeah, for sure. We just pushed very hard from the start right through to the end, and it got super rough, but very happy with the result.
Michael Wessels, there was some competition there, and great to see that Cordwell boat going so well.
Yeah, for sure. He did an amazing job. I was a bit stressed a couple of times there, obviously, because he was catching me as I was trying to lap the back markers. But yeah, I held him off, and yeah.
Plans for the rest of the season after a start like this can only go well.
Yeah, well, hope for the best there. We'll just keep pushing and keep trying, and yeah, hope for the best.
Michael Wessels, good chase there, but 2nd overall. Must be happy with the start to the season.
Yeah, I'm glad I got to finished one race with my my dad's boat last season, so it's nice to just finish a race for once. Put the engine together myself, so got my friends and family helping me, so I'm glad everything's working out.
It really is fantastic to see the Cornwall hull going out and looking so good and performing so well out in the water. A lot of work must have gone into it.
Yeah, it was a bit of we didn't know if it was going to work or not, so it was a gamble. So at one stage I thought, no, this is a lemon of a boat, we're going to throw this thing away, it's not going to work. And then finally we managed to get it going. So it's just so finicky with the setup, and that's all it was, actually, just engine height and trim and prop. And then we managed to get it running right. So I think there's still more in it. I just want to keep it reliable and finish every heat.
Wynand de Jager, a couple of niggles in practice, but all coming good in the race, and a great performance out there for the first race of the season.
Yes, Brendan, it was. This morning was quite difficult. There was a few issues with the boat. It's the first time out with a 2.5, so I still need to get used to this type of motor we're running now. And we had to do a few setups with the gearbox and propellers. But at the end it was quite a good race. Still a lot to learn about the engine, get comfortable with the boat. So I'm sure tomorrow will be even better than today. And we will have a good weekend. And I think it's a good start to the weekend, or to the season, to get points. And that was our main aim, to come here and at least get points for the first race of the season. And it's nice to see that we're adapting to the Formula 1 H2O with the sprint race. Makes it more exciting, and there's more points up for grabs for the weekend.
Yeah, the after the restart, unfortunately Nico Wessels having been disqualified for dislodging both the turnboys, and at the restart a bit of an issue with being impeded around the first turnboy.
Yes, there was a small issue. Michael didn't keep his line around up and around the first turnboy. So I'm sure that he will sort it out. We're just waiting for some video footage to get back and see what happened actually, and then hopefully we will be moved up into second position, and we'll be happy about it.
Well, that's just chatting to the top 3-4 drivers from yesterday, but today we caught up with all of the drivers before the action got going. Wynand, good day yesterday. There was a bit of a contentious issue, and you put in a protest, and you've won. Your protest was successful, so finishing second overall for yesterday's round.
Yes, Brendan, we did finish second yesterday, so it came to a good day, and we were happy with the results. So we're looking forward to today to see how the day is going to go. We're going to do a few changes also today. We changed some props, and hopefully it works better on the setup of the boat, and hopefully we can go and fight there with Keegan.
It's your first time out yesterday with the 2.5 motor on the back, and certainly the changes that you made. You got rid of that porpoise that the boat was the boat was having in the early practice rounds, and certainly looking and going very well in the actual race.
Yes, Brendan, the 2.5 is, like I said yesterday, it's a new engine that I need to learn. I need to learn the setup of the boat, the engine height. It's still something new for me. Even the Brigato system we're using now, I'm used to the normal EFI that they set, and that's how you race. So now you need to change it throughout the race to get the top performance out of your engine. So with the 2.5 is the gearbox is also a bit longer than the 2-liter one, so, and the props is a bit smaller, so I need to get that perfect setup for the props to get the best out of the boat, out of the corners and top speed. There was a small thing we struggled with yesterday. The boat feels like it's sitting a bit too much in the water, so we're going to change a prop today to give us a bit more lift at the back, and hopefully we will sort that issue and we'll be so much faster.
Morne Harold, moving to the 2.1s now as well. You've joined them. You can't beat them. Join them. How's it going?
No, yeah, I bought a 2.5. We've fitted it. We came to test it on Friday. Unfortunately, it stuffed right through the block, so we're back on the 2-liter this weekend. Yeah, we had electrical issues all day yesterday. We struggled all day yesterday. Eventually, we found that the trigger was faulty, and yeah, pushing hard. And today we'll start from third on the grid, and we'll try our best. But for the next race, we've got something up the sleeve, and there'll be something new, definitely.
Dylan Mulman, some more seat time in the boat, and certainly going a lot better.
Yeah, it's nice to be back in the water properly. I have a boat that actually working, so thanks to Carl and all the guys that helped with it, really appreciate it. So, but you're having fun, that's all that matters.
It's certainly looking good on the water. You were in the mix with the guys, and it must be a nice, exciting experience on a fairly tight course.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised. Got out the docks and got to turn point. I was third. I thought, what happened? Yeah, but it's fun. It's nice. It's just, I suppose, with more seat time, it'll get easier and better. So excited for that, and let's see what happens there.
Bruce Repsold, a couple of teething problems yesterday, but you seem to have got the problem sorted.
Yeah, some of them were self-inflicted. We had an issue with spark breaking down yesterday, and in the process the boat was very heavy on fuel, so we ended up not putting enough fuel in the boat, and we ran out of fuel towards the end of the race. But afterwards we sorted everything out, changed the coil, and got it back on the water. Last night on the test wheel it was singing like a dream, and we'll see what happens today.
Nico Wessels, not the greatest start to the season for you, unfortunately getting disqualified yesterday, but the boat's certainly looking good out in the water.
It's the first time we're running a 2.5 on this hole, so a little bit changes in prop research and so on there, but yeah, it feels a little bit stronger through the corners and keeps your speed a little bit constant through the corners. Not such a but easier to get out the corners and be on it, and the pull-offs are a little bit better. So we're enjoying and trying props out and see what it can happen.
Still relatively new territory for the guys running 2.5, so obviously big learning curves happening.
Yes, at least we enjoy the extra power there. The 2 liters spares we're getting a bit of a problem, so we might have to go to the 2.5 thing. So we just want to get them, make sure all reliable, and it's maybe it works out cheaper way forward.
Michael Wessels, it was certainly fantastic to see this Caldwell hull going so well yesterday. Lots of hard work having gone into it, I take it.
Yeah, a lot of work. Literally like the whole season, last season, struggling TLC and R&D, trying to get this bloody thing to go. So finally got it to run, so I was surprised. So we thought it was not going to work, but it works. So hopefully if we can get a podium with one of the cheapest boats on the water, I'd be proud. Yeah, it'd be cool.
Yeah, when you say one of the cheapest boats built and developed in South Africa.
Yeah, look, it was lying in a warehouse, and then eventually we got hold of it, and it was lying in the sun, in the rain, and we thought it was going to be a scrap, and we thought, let's turn it into a boat, and it ended up doing really pretty well. So I think we're going to keep it. Yeah.
John Ross Duncan, not the ideal start. Couple of teething problems. What's happening?
Yeah, no, yesterday was it was hard work, but we managed to find the problem last night. We've put on another power head, and yeah, I think it will be a good day today. Very excited.
This is the second of the Caldwell hulls, you and Michael Wessels in the Caldwells, and they really are starting to perform out in the water.
Yeah, no, for sure. Every time we go out, the boat's a bit better. So yeah, I hope today it's gonna show us what it can do.
Keegan Frankovich, the dream start to the season for you, dominating out on the water yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. It was a great start to the new season, but a lot of competition.
The guys have certainly put in a lot of work during the night, and the guys are all sounding quite excited about the extra performance they're going to have. So you're going to have your work cut out today.
Yeah, for sure. I've heard a few guys have got new engines on for today. But yeah, we're just going to push and see how it goes.
And your mismatching socks, your lucky socks. Tell us about what goes on with the socks.
I don't think there's too much to say about it, but today we came prepared to catch crocodiles. So.
Right, back live with the action we go. Boats already starting to line up on the water. Just been asked to also announce that the Aqua Lounge, the big cruise boat just to the left of where the boats are lining up, will be going on a 1-hour cruise leaving at 1 o'clock. There are tickets available still. You can go across there and speak to Penny at the boat. They've got tickets available, a 1-hour cruise for just 100 Rand a person. So if you want to head across, go on a trip up the river, just head across to the Aqua Lounge. Massive thank you to the Aqua Lounge Vaal River Cruises, as well as the view on Vaal Resort, where we are staying this weekend. Absolutely fantastic to be here. To Daryl Zyman and his team, a massive thank you once again. First of the boats already in position. Keegan Frankovich lines up in the number 1 boat. Pole position for the South African champion on his outside, Wynand de Jager, in the number 90 boat. See the canopy open on that one there. New sponsor ATS Motorsport on the side of his boat this weekend as well. Next to him, it looks like it is the first of the Veldrift Marine Services boats, Mornay Herald. Mornay in the 111 boat. The second of the boats, Bruce Repsold. We'll see that coming into shot soon. Bruce Repsold in the second of the Veldrift Marine boats, boat number 13. can see the Michael Wessels, the green and black boat, brand new colours on that Cordwell Marine boat. He's in place already as the 33 boat of Dylan Moorman starts moving into its position now. 8 Formula Ones will be lining up for the start. First of 3 heats, as I mentioned earlier. The first 2 boats lined up there, Keegan Frankovitz and Wynand de Jager next to him. Those are Baba hulls built by Massimo Ruggiero in Italy. Then we've got also another Italian boat next to him, the DAC, built by Guido Cappellini's team. Then next to them, South African built boat, that's the Cordwell Marine boat that was used in the World Series, ran with an indoor motor. It was an experimental boat, ran with a V6 Nissan motor in it, but wasn't successful. Boats come back to South Africa, and 2 of them on the water. Michael Wessels in the number 101, and then the 99 of John Ross Duncan. Also, you see it lining up next to him there, the 99 boat moving into place. Both Cordwell Marine boats built by High Tech Automotive in Port Elizabeth. Bruce Repsold in the number 13 boat, the next of the boats to slot into its position on the grid. Yeah, had a couple of niggles with that boat yesterday, but got them sorted out. Spark plug issues, got them sorted out. He's running well in practice this morning. In fact, everybody going very, very well in practice this morning. So it's going to really be an interesting dash up to the first turnbuoy up at the bridge. Away we go with the first of the Formula One heats. Michael Wessels getting away very, very well. Wynand de Jager slightly sluggish out of the water there, but it's Keegan Frankovitz that will get to the top turnbuoy once again in first place. Around he goes. Wessels goes a lot wider around the outside, doesn't want to make the same mistake that he did yesterday, and it's Wessels that's in second place, Wynand de Jager in third. Frankovitz with the hammer down from the moment the flags dropped. He has been incredibly quick so far this weekend. In that barber hole, quite a lot shorter than the other boats. A very flighty boat, still battling to find the ideal setup, as he mentioned in the interview a little earlier. So his first time out with the 2.5 motor this weekend. Frankovitz in complete control once again. Rounds the top turn buoy. Gets the nose up nice and high. There's one thing that Keegan Frankovitz really does well, and that is attack the corners very aggressively. He has certainly got to grips with the barber hull and the 2.5 motor on the back of that. Nice and tight around the corner he goes once again. Followed by Michael Wessel, still in second place. They've opened up quite a big gap over Wynand de Jager now. See de Jager coming around the corner, and then one of the Veldrift Marine boats just behind them. It looks like it's Mornay Herald that's just ahead of Bruce Repsold. John Ross Duncan going well in the second of the Caudal Marine boats. Late night for them rebuilding engines, but they've got them sorted out and going well this morning. Frankovitz starting to overtake some of the back markers already. That's Dylan Wilman in the 33 boat. Just ahead of Frankovitz now. Nico Wessels in the Boaters World boat. That's a Moore hull, the only hull like that in the country. Just getting the better of Bruce Repsold. Herald running with a 2.5. I think they've got the 2.5 back there. I know he did stick a Conrod through the block of his race motor and then went back to the 2 litre. But just ahead of Bruce Repsold. Focusing on Wynand de Jager once again in that barber hole, and with lots of experience on the international Formula 2 scene. Spent a couple of years in Italy racing in the Formula 2 World Series, did Wynand de Jager. We see our race leader catching up to another pile of boats. John Ross Duncan around the outside of Dylan Moelman. Seems like Bruce Repsold has slowed a bit. He's dropped off the pace that he was running earlier behind Mornay Herald, so his engine woes seem to continue. You can see Herald already having gone past there, so quite a big gap now. So Bruce Repsold definitely slowing as Keegan Frankovitz comes past to lap them. Coming through to complete another lap now. Should be getting to the nearing the end of the race. We're on the last lap at the moment. White flag having gone out already. So around the top turn buoy for the last time goes Keegan Frankovitz, the South African champion in the number 1 boat, coming through to take the first win of the day. First of 3 heats. That's all been about Keegan Frankovitz. Absolutely dominant performance from him out front. Checkered flag gets waved. Second place going to go to Michael Wessels with I think it's Wynand de Jager. That'll be third, followed by Mornay Herald in fourth. Well, that concludes our first Formula One heat of the day. We'll take a short break before we get going with the next of the classes out on the water. Should be hard bottoms that'll be out for their next heat. Just while we're waiting, I've been asked to also announce that the food stall at Indian Delights, the guys that gave us the magnificent biryani yesterday, are running a biryani special. So if anybody is feeling a little peckish, head across to the Indian Delights on the extreme left-hand side and make sure that you take up their special offer on their biryani. Action back on the water once again. Heat number 2 in the hard bottoms under starters orders. The boat's starting to move down behind the safety boat. As the boats come down, just another reminder that the Aqua Lounge will be going on a cruise at 1 o'clock. If anybody would like to go for a cruise on the river, 100 Rand per person for a 1 hour cruise as the flag drops and we go racing. You can just head across to the Aqua Lounge, get yourself a ticket. There are still some tickets available for a river cruise on the magnificent Aqua Lounge. John Ross Duncan immediately back into the lead of heat number 2. He was quite dominant in the opening race this morning and pretty much more in race number 2, opening up a nice big lead over Michael Fourie, who finds himself in third place in the yellow boat. Ooh, bouncy for Michael Fourie heading up to the top turn buoy. Anton Fourie in the third of the boats. Anton around the top turn buoy now, chasing down his son Michael and our race leader John Ross Duncan. If there's anybody that's watching on the live stream, I see there are a couple of people watching on the live stream. Send me a message, let me know where you're watching from and who you're rooting for when the Formula Ones go out onto the water. Shot there of John Ross Duncan with the nose high up in the air, battling to keep the boat in the water there, and jumping right out the water. Michael Fourie a little bit closer to him than in the previous race. Duncan not having it all his own way, as we see Anton Fourie in the boat with the V hull coming through to complete another lap. John Ross Duncan certainly having a wild ride around the corners, the bottom side of the circuit. The water having got quite roughed up there, so bouncing his way around the corners was John Ross Duncan. Still a fairly substantial lead that he has got over Michael Fourie. Them both in camera shot for a moment. They're back in camera again. John Ross Duncan pushing it to the limit. Another wild ride around the top turn buoy for John Ross Duncan, having to drink a lot of water from Anton Fourie as he laps him. The checkered flag goes out. John Ross Duncan takes heat number 2 in the hard bottom class, followed by Michael Fourie in second. Fourie a whole lot closer than we saw in race number 1. Anton Fourie will finish in third overall. Fourie crossing the line now, taking third place. All right, folks, there will be a short lunch break, so racing will resume with the next Formula One heat. So during the lunch break, please be sure to go and visit all of the vendors that are set up. Guys, quite a busy time out there for them, but make sure you go there. Indian Delights, as I mentioned, have got the biryani special, 70 Rand. So just head across there to the gazebo with the green gazebo and get yourself a biryani for 70 Rand. Certainly well worth it. Right, and it's back to the action we go. Heat number 2 of the Formula One's boats out on the water already, starting to get into place. Once again, a massive thank you to all of our sponsors, Pace Plan, local development and town planning consultants. Big thank you to them. Our internet providers, Link Online. And then to our hosts here at Abraham's Rist, the view on Vaal Resort, as well as the Aqua Lounge, Vaal River Cruises. The boat having left a couple of minutes ago, it's gone on an hour cruise. We'll be back a little bit later. So to Daryl, Simon and his team, a massive thank you for hosting us here this weekend at the very impressive The View on Vaal Resort. This was the venue for the 2014-2015 World Formula 2 Championships. The season finale of the World Formula 2 Championships was held right here at the very same venue. Keegan Frankovitz in the number 1 boat in his position already. He'll be leading the boats off from pole position. Alongside him will be Michael Wessels. Michael in the 101 numbered boat, the Caldwell Marine hull. That's a boat that was originally designed to run with an inboard motor. Having now been modified, lots of work having gone into it. Built in South Africa by High-Tech Automotive in Port Elizabeth. Third of the boats moving into place now. That's the number 90 boat, Wynand de Jager in the Barber hull. That boat quite a lot shorter than the others. Just waiting for Nico Wessels in the 46 boat to move into place. Mornay Herald slotting into his position now. He's in the 111 boat, the Veldrift Marine Services boat. One of 2 Veldrift boats on the water this weekend. Bruce Repsold in the other one with the number 13 on the side of it. John Ross Duncan now moving into view in the 99 boat. That's also a Caldwell Marine boat, the sister boat to the one that Michael Wessels is in. Bruce Repsold will be the next boat in place, the number 13 boat moving into its slot now on the grid, followed by the 46 of Nico Wessels. That boat of Nico Wessels, the number 46 machine. It is a Moor hull that is built in France, the only one of its kind in the country. Moving into camera shot now, the 33 boat, that's Dylan Moelman, boat number 33. Dylan having recently joined the ranks of Formula One. He did race junior boats, started from a very young age in racing boats, and fantastic to see him progressing right through to the ranks of Formula One. So that's all 8 of our boats in their positions now. We are about to go under starters orders. All of the drivers' eyes will now be focused on Lee Sansom on the boat with the flags. Another cracking start there from Michael Wessels and Keegan Frankovitz, and Nico Wessels getting away well in the 46 machine. He's line pulled up alongside Wynand de Jager. So four-way fight up to the top turn, boys. Keegan Frankovitz that gets around there first. Michael Wessels going slightly wider there. Where's Wynand de Jager? He's got boxed into the traffic there by the look of things. But an absolutely crackerjack start from Nico Wessels. The shot of Wessels now heading down to the Palms Mall Turnboy down at the bottom of the circuit. And Nico Wessels bumps into the same Palms Mall Turnboy that he destroyed yesterday. Keegan Frankovitz breaking away out in front once again, making an absolute run for it. Michael Wessels in second, still trying to pick. There comes Wynand de Jager now, going a lot tighter around the Turnboy than the other two. So once again, a battle between Keegan Frankovitz. He's slowed down. Frankovitz has slowed. Oh, red flags. Red flags having gone out all around the circuit. So there has been an incident. Our camera's looking to see now what has happened. Has somebody gone over? Or was it the Turnboy that was dislodged once again? We did see Nico Wessels clipping that Turnboy as he went around the Palms Mall Turnboy at the bottom side of the circuit. It's getting... Alright, just waiting for official confirmation, but possibly there was a jump start by one of the boats. So all 8 of the boats still on the water. The Turnboy seems to still be in place. Or the rescue guys going there now to go and check it out. See that turn buoy is busy deflating, so as he did yesterday, it was Nico Wessels that took out the turn buoys and clipping them once again. So let's just see if both of the turn buoys were dislodged. It could once again mean a disqualification for Nico Wessels if that is the case. Our rescue personnel just reattaching the turn buoys. Both starting to get back into their starting positions for the restart of heat number 2. Massive thank you to Mfuleni local municipality for their involvement in putting this event together as well as the F1 Powerboat Association, as well as Pace Plan. Christo de Jager, the man behind Pace Plan, local town planning specialists. Right, once again have to get some more rope as well as some weights to reattach that turn buoy in its original place. Right, I see that the turn buoys have been put back into their place. We should be good to once again go under starters orders. Boats are almost back in their starting positions. I see Nico Wessels is still there. He's moved up into 4th place, so it will be the positions as the boats we're running in at the race stoppage. So Keegan Frankovic will lead them off. He'll be followed by Michael Wessels, Wynand de Jager, Nico Wessels, Bruce Repsold ahead of Mornay Herald. Then it is John Ross Duncan, followed by Dylan Moelman, the 8th boat. Our rescue diver is just getting his bottles back onto his back, and we should see a green flag emerge shortly, just to indicate that everything is set for the race restart. Oh, flags up already. Nico Wessels absolutely flying out the blocks once again. Advantage over Wynand de Jager. Michael Wessels runs alongside Keegan Frankovic, and it almost looks like he's pulling him up to the top turn buoy. Frankovic will have the advantage of going around there. Michael Wessels has to go a lot wider. Maintain your line to and around the first turn buoy. Bruce Repsold gone wide as well. But it's yet again Keegan Frankovic that emerges down the main straight as the race winner goes around the Palms Mall turn buoy. Very, very close to the turn buoys. He certainly does attack the turns very aggressively. He does the South African champion Keegan Frankovic in the number 1 boat. Bruce Repsold looks like he's got ahead of Nico Wessels. So Repsold up into 4th place. Wynand de Jager running in 3rd. It's Repsold 4th, then Nico Wessels in 5th. Some great boat control there from Michael Wessels. Somebody spun out on the top turn buoy by the look of things. Did I see a boat sideways up there? There was indeed. It's Bruce Repsold that spun out on the around the turn buoy. So that's allowed Mornay Herald as well as Nico Wessels to get past him, and John Ross Duncan possibly going to get past as well. Around the Palms Mall turn buoy we go once again, focusing on Mornay Herald, but back to our race leader Keegan Frankovic. He comes down the main straight to complete yet another lap. Nice gap that he's opened up now over 2nd place Michael Wessels. Looks like Nico Wessels managed to get ahead of Mornay Herald, and Bruce Repsold under threat from John Ross Duncan. Duncan tighter around the turn buoy. Focusing on our race leader. The bottom side of the circuit, he rounds the Palms Mall turn buoys back up to the top of the racetrack he goes. Bruce Repsold making a little bit of a comeback after that spin, after spinning out around the top turn buoy. He's been involved in a ding-dong battle with John Ross Duncan. But all eyes now on our race leader once again, the bright yellow boat of Keegan Frankovic. Dylan Moelman in the 33 machine going well, running in 8th place at the moment. This is the fight for first and second. You see the gap between, or the distance between Keegan Frankovits and second place Michael Wessels. Wessels not managing to close him down. Just see him shooting through the shot there now. Around Palms Malls he goes once again. Frankovic starting to overtake the back markers now. Dylan Moorman in 8th place, the first of the back markers to be overtaken. And it looked like Bruce Repsol being overtaken as well. So Frankovic absolutely flying around the circuit, as we've seen him do so far this weekend. Been absolutely untouchable. Oh, absolutely great shot of all the boats together. Guys riding in each other's spray. Nico Wessels around the turnboy. He goes once again onto the back straight. And once again, a massive thank you to Daryl Zyman for the drone footage. You can see that high-speed drone out on the circuit, getting some absolutely amazing footage. As the checkered flag comes out, sorry, we didn't even realize we were on the last lap of the race. So it's Keegan Frankovits that takes the race win. Second place goes to Michael Wessels. We followed home in third by Wynand de Jager, with, I think it was Nico Wessels coming home in fourth place. The canopy pops open for our race winner, the current South African champion, Keegan Frankovits, making it look oh too easy at the moment. Yet another race win for him, 2 out of 2 so far today, as well as the 20-lap sprint race. He took the overall win in that one yesterday. So it has been a great weekend for Keegan Frankovits so far. So the top 3, as I have it, is Keegan Frankovits, followed by Michael Wessels, then Wynand de Jager, and speak under correction, Nico Wessels 4th and Mornay Herald in 5th. So Bruce Repsol, after spinning out, he was just slightly off the pace. So hopefully they can get that sorted out, and we'll see Repsol back to his best in race number 3. Next up will be hard bottoms, heat number 3. We'll take a short break and be back with you. John Ross Duncan makes his way onto the water now. A very busy day for him, having just taken part in heat number 2, the Formula Ones. Now straight into a hard bottom heat, and then into the final race of the day. He'll go in heat number 3 in the Formula Ones. Just had a quick break, just a quick walk around the pits to do some driver interviews and catch up with the latest what's happening out between the guys on the water. And it looks like Bruce Repsold, we saw him disappearing down the timesheets after spinning out there. He's picked up the same problems as he encountered yesterday with the boat, so he just said to me that he's going to call it quits for the day. He's probably going to withdraw from heat number 3. As we straight into starters' orders behind the rescue boat, the 3 hard bottoms line up once again. John Ross Duncan, Michael Fourie, and Anton Fourie. Well, Fourie certainly sticking with John Ross Duncan this time as they go down the main straight. He runs it a little bit wider. That's going to cost him a bit of time. It's going to probably allow John Ross Duncan to get away. Once again, the water at the top end of the circuit having just been roughed up a little bit. Boats bouncing around there. Anton Fourie, see him fighting the steering wheel as he comes through. Just having a look to see what's happened to Michael Fourie. Don't see, oh, there he is there. Looks like he encountered a turnbuoy down at the Palm. He encountered a problem down at the Palms Mall turnbuoy, and the yellow flag having gone out. So let's see if he can get that restarted and back into the race. You have to play catch up from quite far back. It certainly allowed John Ross Duncan to disappear into the distance now. As confirmation from Paul Bedford in the outside broadcast unit that Michael Fourie looks like his race is over. The engine is cut and he's drifting to the bank. So it looks like that's the last we'll see of him in race number 3 in the hard bottom class. There's Fourie now, just making his way slowly to the side of the river. It looks like John Ross Duncan has backed off as well. He knows he's got it in the bag. Once more around the Palm Small turnbuoy goes John Ross Duncan. Down the back straight, up to the top side of the circuit. He has certainly backed off. He knows he's not being chased anymore now. Possibly saving a little bit of energy. He knows he's got a Formula 1 heat to take part in, another 15 laps of racing in the last heat of the day, heat 3 for the Formula 1s. Anton Fourie closing in on our race leader now. Anton Fourie pulls up alongside our race leader. What is John Ross going to do? Let him go? Or is just going to have some fun? There should be only a couple of laps left in the race, and into the lead goes Anton Fourie now. Gets around the turnboy faster, but we'll see the much longer legs. It's the much longer legs of John Ross Duncan's boat as he blows it past him once again. He allows Fourie to pull up alongside him once again. Duncan's going to have to go wider around the turnboy. He leaves Anton Fourie lots and lots of room. We should be starting the last lap of the race when they come past us now. White flag is out. Fourie back into the lead momentarily again. I'm sure it will change down the back straight. And back into the lead goes John Ross Duncan. Just puts the hammer down. That boat incredibly quick. Coming through now to take the checkered flag, John Ross Duncan and Anton Fourie. It's going to be John Ross Duncan that wins 3 out of 3 of the hard bottom heats here today. Great performance from him. Well done to Michael and Anton Fourie for bringing their hard bottoms out as well. Always adds an exciting factor to powerboat racing. As the boats return to their trailers, we'll once again take a short break before we come back with the last race of the day, heat number 3 of the Formula Ones.
Sure, Paul. We still have one race, am I correct? Thank you, sir.
On to the third and final heat of the day we go. Heat number 3 for the Formula Ones. Boats already starting to get into position. Keegan Frankovitz already lined up. Michael Wessels alongside of him. Not sure if we're going to see Bruce Repsold coming out. He did indicate that he would not be racing. Just getting confirmation from Paul in the van that Bruce is a spectator for heat number 3. While the boats are getting into their position once again, a chance to thank all of the sponsors for getting involved in putting this event together. To Christo de Jager and his team at Pace Plan, the local land developers, property consultants, a massive thank you to Pace Plan, to Mfuleni local municipality for their involvement, to the F1 Powerboat Association, and then the View on Vaal Resort here at Abrahamsrust. A big thank you to Daryl Simon and his team at the resort for the hospitality, for the assistance, and just fantastic work that they've gone into restoring this venue to its former glory. So they are doing an absolutely brilliant job in getting this place sorted out. So big kudos to Daryl Simon and his team at the View on Vaal Resort. The Aqua Lounge Vaal River cruises. You'll see the big cruise boat parked in its place here. And then to Palms Mall, the bottom side of the circuit. The turnboys down on the bottom side of the circuit. The Palms Mall turnboys. As more of the boats get into place. Wynand de Jager, the ATS Motorsport boat, in place already. Next up will be the Boaters World boat number 46. That's Nico Wessels. Then Feltrift Marine, boat number 111, Mornay Herald. He's slotting into his position now, still waiting for John Ross Duncan to get into place. So 7 boats it will be for the third and final heat of the day. The 33 boat of Dylan Moorman starting to move across to get into its position now as well. Right, all 7 of our boats are in their position, correct starting position. The focus once again will move to Lee Sampson on the rescue boat with the flags. It's getting final confirmation from all drivers that they are ready. See Chris Willemse with the green flag. He's shifting back to his point now as we go under starters orders. Red up, green up. The better start from Wynand de Jager this time, but Nico Wessels once again getting away well, as does Michael Wessels. Father and son either side of Wynand de Jager. But it's Keegan Frankovitz, as we've seen so far all weekend, making a dash for it out front. Top 4, 5 boats, 6 boats all now through. The top turn boy Dylan Wilman goes around now. Keegan Frankovitz with Michael Wessels behind him, coming through down the main straight now to complete the first lap of the race. Wessels, in the colours of Boaters World, has had a brilliant weekend in the Caldwell Hull. He really has been most impressive, extremely quick out of the dock. But nobody any answers to the dominance of Keegan Frankovitz in the number 1 boat, showing why he has got the number 1 boat on the side of his, or the number 1 on the side of his boat. Yet another dominant performance from him. Nice aggressive driving style that he's got. And that boat just set up absolutely perfectly. I see yellow flags in the background as they go around the Palms Mall turnbuoy once again. Oh, there's the reason. There's a cowling in the water. John Ross Duncan having lost his cowling. It's going to compromise the handling ability of the boat somewhat. There's John Ross. John Ross's cowling floating in the background, as already Keegan Frankovitz starts lapping Dylan Wilman. Cameras focused on Michael Wessels once again in that Caldwell Marine hull, the distinctive green and black colours of it, and the colours of boating world. Third place, Wynand de Jager, still going well. Chatted to him at the break. He just said he's feeling more and more comfortable in the boat. Things are starting to go back to normal for him. Quite a long extended break that he's had from the sport of Formula 1 powerboat racing, but making a comeback towards the end of last season and certainly starting to make his presence known out on the circuit. John Ross Duncan pulls up again behind Mornay Herald, the Feltrift Marine boat of Mornay Herald. That's 111. He goes through. Wynand de Jager going around the outside of Dylan Wilman. So Mornay Herald sitting in, I think it's 4th place at the moment, behind 3rd place, Wynand de Jager. Afternoon sun starting to become a factor. The drivers going up the back straight will be looking straight into that sun. Nico Wessels in the French-built Moor hull has had a good weekend. 6th place at the moment for Nico Wessels. Following Mornay Herald, he's in 4th at the moment. What has happened to Michael Wessels? He seemed to have slowed. Watching Nico Wessels going past Michael Wessels, so let's just get confirmation of what has happened there. Has Wynand de Jager moved up into 2nd place? I see Michael Wessels still in the background there, so it was Michael Wessels starting to lap some of the slower boats as well. John Ross Duncan running in the spray of Mornay Herald. To focus on Keegan Frankovitz way out in front once again. Let's see what the gap is between himself and Michael Wessels. Wessels not in shot there, he comes through there now. So a good couple of seconds as the checkered flag comes out. It waved once. Was that end of the race? It certainly looks like it. So Keegan Frankovitz doing the incredible feat. 3 out of 3 heat wins today, as well as winning the sprint race yesterday. Michael Wessels will be 2nd, followed by Wynand de Jager in 3rd. Looks like 4th place. It is Mornay Herald in 4th. He'll be followed by Nico Wessels. And then it will be Dylan Moelman who finishes 7th. The red flag's out. Brings an end to what has been a really incredible weekend of powerboat racing here at the View on Vaal Resort at Abrahamsrust. Fantastic to have powerboat racing back on the Vaal River at this wonderful venue. Just waiting for Keegan Frankovitz to come and pick up the checkered flag for the celebratory lap of honor around the circuit to the cheers of the appreciative crowd that have enjoyed some fantastic racing here today. Oh, there he comes, our Grand Prix winner, Keegan Frankovitz, the South African champion. As I said earlier, 3 out of 3 wins, plus the sprint race win yesterday. Can't get better than that. He has certainly dominated. Frankovic comes through to pick up the checkered flag from Chris Willemse. Well, let's give him a big round of applause, folks. The Grand Prix winner, Keegan Frankovic. Keegan picking up his wife for the lap of honor. Let's give him a big round of applause. Dominant weekend for the youngster. Certainly has put in an impressive performance. Well, folks, that just about wraps things up from our side. A massive, massive thank you to the Motormouth team here this weekend. Paul Bedford and Daryl Cookard, along with myself, Brendan Kelly, bringing you this live stream. A massive thank you to Paceplan, to Mfuleni Local Municipality, the F1 Powerboat Association, to the View on Vaal Resort, Daryl Zyman and his team at the Aqua Lounge Vaal River Cruises. A massive, massive thank you to you guys, to Palms Mall. A big, big thank you to you. And should anybody want any town planning done, contact the local town planning company, Paceplan. Christo de Jager will be able to help you with that. We hope you've enjoyed the action live from the banks of the Vaal River at Abraham's Rist. From me, Brendan Kelly, it is goodbye until next time.